Hi, I'm Pharaoh, and it looks like this update is finally downloading on Steam. So let me just check my camera's following me. Yes, it is. So I'm finally going to jump in. So while we're waiting for it to download, it's got a little while to go. It's on 24% at the moment. We might as well have a look at the patch notes properly. In fact, no, that's the other ones. Don't know why this always keeps resetting, but okay, so No Man's Sky, The Swarm, for the second time of checking. So introducing update 6.4, confront a new threat to the universe in update 6.4, The Swarm. The traveller's soul is fragmented. That, as I was saying earlier in my aborted stream, is an interesting idea because it makes it seem like we're all one traveller. And like everybody that plays is representing one. I guess in a way we do, because we're being asked, are we the first, are we the last? That kind of thing. And I think we're asked that at the beginning of this expedition as well. And something terrible hangs in the sky. Well, we can see that in that little image there. We'll play the video about the sound in a bit. Battle swarms of elite agile ships face off against the huge formidable hive of glass and strategize with other players to construct the technology to defeat it. Now I'm going to play this without sound. Let me just try and make it a little bit bigger than that. So that's not it. Browser. Where are we? Where's my browser on here? I set it up specifically earlier and it's disappeared. Maybe it's a different browser. There we are. It's a different browser. Okay, so here we are. So we can play here. And I'm not listening to it either. But I find this interesting. We have these things on the planets that we have to interact with. And we have to use our new gravity gun things to pull pieces out. So that's quite an interesting mechanic. Here is the thing we're going to have to use to decide who's winning, where the nexus would normally be. I wonder if the eventual thing will stay on the nexus. So if you watch here, look, he's pulling out a part from that debris. So it kind of gives us another thing to use that gun for. These hive look very interesting. They're using different swarm mechanics. I wonder if our it doesn't mention anything in the patch notes about our squadrons reacting better, but it would be nice to think they did. That's just a landscape. It's probably saying something to us at the moment. Oh, they're just up in the sky there. Drones on the ground too, presumably when we access the scrap. And there's not much more to look at there. So the Swarm Expedition. Join other travellers in a limited time campaign to defend against a new menace, uncover the mystery of the swarm, and work together with the whole community to prevent its spread and banish it from this reality. Let's have a look at the pictures. See, that has 5. So I was thinking when I first saw that picture, oh, maybe we're going to have an expansion of how many players we have in our team, but no, it doesn't look like it yet. But that suggests play together against these things. It's interesting that that's quite so low, because usually if a freighter was that low against the atmosphere, it wouldn't render properly. So maybe they've improved that. Again, that looks like a team attack. And we're back to the beginning. Dire Wasp armour. Display and wear your accomplishments against the swarm with a 6-piece Dire Wasp customization set. This heavy-duty combat armour comprises a chest piece and plating boots, gloves, cuirasses, is that how you say that? And a helm, all forged from salvaged swarmer alloys. So they look very nice. I'm not sure about these boots with the claws. They look a bit weird. But other than that, I really like the look. I like the helmet. It's quite wide there, but they may have chosen the thicker body, I guess. Hive of Glass. This monstrous alien starship has been sighted lurking just outside the atmosphere of planets, obliterating any travellers who venture too close. Confronting it will require both skill and strategy, piloting through a deadly wheel of lasers to target its vulnerable core. I'm still not getting social stream. That's annoying. It seemed to be working in the test. Let's try that. So look at this picture. Yeah, so that gives us a closer look at the actual, presumably these are the flying drone things. It's got a huge shield. Rival teams, the Swarm Expedition fragments the Swarm Expedition fragments the community into 3 teams, each representing an aspect of the Traveller's soul: the Royal, the Sage, and the Weaver. Each fragment is essential, but only one team will finalise the counter-swarm effort and be celebrated in the space anomaly for all time. Hi Gravnot, just spotted you. I've just had to switch my thing because my social stream's not working. Hi Ignition. Hi King's Lich 451. Turkey, I didn't use Turkey, no. I think I left it on Manchester. And went and hung some washing out. And then when I came back, it had started. So these are the 3 different team banners. And there they are praising their respective banners. Presumably the winning one at the moment is shown up in that top there. The galaxy is overrun with drones of fast-flying, fast-shooting swarmers. Equip your favourite ship weapons and prepare to dogfight against overwhelming odds. So it does make you wonder if you have to go in a team, which would be odd. Research the enemy. Gather intelligence for the war effort by dismantling the bodies of fallen swarmers, exposing the corrupted ichor that flows through their circuits. Yeah, I will be starting the expedition straight after this, yeah. As long as I've got the download, which it looks like it's complete now, yes. It is complete, so I can go in and start playing in a minute. See, that's physically pulling an item out of there. So we're getting more use for that particular weapon. It looks like we have to put things in to get some data. This is kind of tugging it out there. Huge battles. The battle against the Hive of Glass will not be evenly matched. Supplementing the Hive's own weaponry are fleets of swarmers defending their mothership and making short work of unprepared pilots. So it looks like we're going to have to get plenty of going up, I'm guessing. Harness the flight of the swarm with the Dire Wasp flight pack. This exclusive jetpack hums and oscillates as though humming with the rage of 1,000 metal insects. And I bet it also goes slosh. A lot of them do. I do like the look of that, actually. Don't know if it will replace my royal back backpack for most saves, but tiny, nimble clusters of planetary swarmers defend the shells of their fallen allies. Be prepared for a challenge. They are fiercer than their size suggests. Sounds like they're making it a bit tougher. We'll see that. We'll believe that when we see it. Let me just test to see if this works. Nope. Still not. I'm not sure what's going on with Social Stream. I'm going to have a good look at it before the next time I stream. Unite against the Swarm. The Swarm presents a threat to all travellers, a joint effort within teams and between teams. It is required to overcome this common enemy. Will the traveller's soul be reforged as one or remain shattered? I wonder what the between teams element will be. Let's have a look at some of this detail. Purge, restore, sabotage. So the sabotage must be between teams. Select missions from an activity map to counter the swarm. Collated mission data will construct the prismatic core. And then they're the relative teams, I suppose. Travel to Usen, reach the marked planet to dispose of fallen swarmers, deconstruct fallen swarmer wrecks using the Gravitino coil, aim at swarm components. So that's one particular mission. Restore planets. Planets are riddled with debris of swarmer ships, leaking corruption and decay into ecosystems. Teams can choose to dispatch a dedicated team of sweepers to cleanse these contaminated worlds. See, I want to be royal just because it's Pharaoh, isn't it? It makes sense, but it looks like we're going to have to choose different options. I'm hoping we can try it multiple times in different saves, because I'm probably going to do it in single player first. Not single player. I'm probably just going to run it normally, not from the terminal first. Team themed rewards commemorate the Weaver, Royal and Sage. Traveller fragments with a set of decorative posters and bonus set of flags exclusive to your own team. Sabotage the swarm. Track swarm activity and deploy from the space station to intercept and disrupt the swarm network. See, I'm not quite sure what that means. There's an action shot of the new armour with the gun. Rifle multi-tool. Participate in the expedition to earn the Dire Wasp Disintegrator. Fabricated from swarmer alloys, this powerful rifle is precisely calibrated for comfort and balance, allowing the user to eliminate great swarms of hostiles without fatigue. So I'm guessing whichever one is currently on top will be showing up here. As opposed to our team, but maybe it'll just be our team. And there we go. And there's some patch notes. I looked through the patch notes. There's a few fixes of things that people have been having problems with, but nothing huge. I might use that picture as a backdrop at one point. That was quite nice. Okay, let's have a look. Also having a quick look. See if anybody's got any tips as to how to answer to get a particular team. Going to try and run it multiple times for all the rewards. I kicked myself multiple times a few years ago for not redoing the Singularity event. Yes, I know a lot of people didn't get around to doing that. This is slightly different. I did read this out earlier in my aborted stream. No Man's Sky The Swarm introduces rival teams, new enemies and exclusive rewards in a time-limited expedition. A new threat has surfaced, the traveller's soul is fragmented, and something terrible hangs in the sky. Royal, Sage and Weaver travellers must work together to face the threat to reality, But only one of these fragments will be commemorated in the space anomaly for all time. I wonder if the Nexus will just change forever. Uncover the mystery of the hive of glass, banish it from this reality, and earn the dramatic Dire Wasp customization set. New game, Expedition 22, Swarm. Yes, definitely time for full screen. I also want to turn this browser off. And there should be another. Oh, the screen capture. Turn that off. And it's the first expedition I've done with my new Steam controller, so I wonder if that will make any difference. Hello World. So that's a throwback. That's kind of the beginning of Hello Games. Hang on. Are we connected? Are we not connected? That's better. Got a kid shouting in the background, but I don't think you can hear it. If you can hear a small child chanting, then I'll shut my window, but I think he's outside of my microphone distance. Is it first? Is it last? I'm going to go for it. It is first. And I'm going to go for a traveller. And I'm going to go for flying. You are sleeping. What is it you dream of? I dream of my family of glass, but the boundaries are cracking. Something is not contained. Scenario. It is the distant past. You have the power to prevent the birth of the first spawn. Finally, something that isn't to do with the Korvax directly. The calamity of Korvax Prime will not come to pass, and the Gek will never exist. Okay, so it's kind of to do with the Korvax. I prevent the birth of the firstborn. I do not interfere with history. I do not interfere with history. As you wish, I'm learning which fragment you are. One of three. Scenario. You meet an artificial life form. They do not know they are artificial. Do you tell them? Yes. Yes, I do. Scenario. You witness a Viking cub being forced into battle. It is shivering, afraid and wounded. This ritual is traditional, a requirement for transition into adulthood. I respect their culture and leave them. Something as a scout help. I need help. 2 last questions. Scenario. A young toil... Is it deciding if we're human or not? Scenario. A young toil Gek is in poverty, working long hours for little pay. They are caught stealing from their wealthy director. Do you report them? I want royal, so I can't go no, director can spare it. I'm going to have to go yes, some stealing is wrong. I have assessed your responses. I have assessed your history. Your fragment becomes clearer. You have 16 minutes to live. What do you want to do with your time? Leave a legacy. I got sage. Not what I wanted, but we'll go with that for now. If we work it out later, I'll do it on my main save again. Brilliant, deep and wise. You know the universe profoundly. Begin initialization.
Commencing Atlas system suit initialization.
Yeah, but do you actually hear any children ignition as opposed to the make-believe children in your head?
Shield kinetics.
Just going to check something on social stream. Maybe that was misselected, so we'll see if the next chat comes up.
Aerial propulsion jetpack online.
Oh, what a horrible multi-tool.
User initialization.
Expedition 22, the Swarm. Now it's not giving me the right controller settings. I bet it's... nothing is quite working the way it should. Let's now I can hear a kid screaming in the background. I'm going to shut the window. Yeah, I think it's just picked up heavily in my microphone. Okay, so I've got gyro back. So why isn't... Just give me a couple of seconds. I'd rather have a controller setup I actually like. For some reason it always sets one at 2024. I don't know why. May the 19th, May the 21st, May the 27th. That's possibly it. Yeah, let's go for May the 27th. Okay. No, it's still not making any difference. At least my run's correct. Alright, what do we got to do? Expedition. Locate your starship. Milestone corrupt. It doesn't tell us what we have to do after. We can't preempt anything. Everything's fragmented. Only 3 phases as well. Interesting. It's the first time we've had a different number of phases, I think. I mean, we can plan ahead if we've played it before, I guess. That's not working either. Why is that not working? Something's gone wrong with my controller settings. I can't even scan things. Okay, so we have a fighter. I find myself alone on a strange world, unequipped and in danger. I have a hazy memory of this ship, a shaky sense of a before, but something has changed. I am changed. Launch Thrusters locked. Unfragmented pilot signature required to grant access. Access previous pilot logs. Fingertips sink into something moist. Sticky substance oozes over my hand. Its coppery smell clings to my throat. Yeah, press deeper. Press into the muck, activating the ship's logs. Followed me through in the skies. Followed me through. Tried to save a piece of me. Too late. The apparition fades and wails and fades into static. 3 fragments of data remain, shimmering in a sea of white noise. Retrieve fragments. Okay. Let's have a look what we have to do next. Create the soul fragments. Looks like we might have to do each one in turn. So create objective, manifest the royal echo. Reward, ion battery, life support gel, power, blah blah blah. Manifest the royal echo in the inventory. Select an empty slot and begin a process with A. Pin Y. Help locate. Can't put it there. Can we put it there? No. So we're just going to have to pin it. Refine chromatic metal, gather Atlantidium, craft a refined glass, assemble components. We haven't got a working starship either. We don't have any of the stuff to build. Starting from a lower position than normal. We haven't started from this low position for ages in an expedition. Oh, we haven't completed the first thing. Collect the reward. At least we got a few things straight away. So we've got a mining beam module. Advanced mining laser and hazmat gauntlet. Yeah, it is quite nice. It looks like it's a moon. It's near, but not touching, presumably, the rings of the planet. Aggressive sentinels there, dissonance obviously here, and salvageable scrap. Okay, so what do we have to do? So we're going to need some copper, presumably. Didn't check what colour it was. Gather Atlantidium. Craft or refine glass. Right, that's 1,000 odd. That's 88, just over the hill. That'll do. Yeah, this is this armor set. I think I left my browser running in the background. No, I didn't. This armor set does look quite cool. It's bee or wasp inspired. It's a tiny deposit we've got here. What I call a dirty deposit. Probably not going to give us anywhere near enough stuff. We have nice weather. We don't appear to have any sentinels attacking us. I wonder if we'll get the armor as we go along. obviously unlock it for other saves at the same time. I also wonder if it will be a set colour depending on our faction. I really did try and choose the royalist answers I could, but it didn't work. A little bit bigger, because it's going to take forever on this. Silica as well, probably. I guess a dirty deposit isn't a bad thing here. We need to make glass. So how much do we have? 313, not an awful lot. Do we have... No, we don't have the... So we need some metal plating and some oxygen. I haven't changed the recipe on this for this. Oxygen's usually over here. And metal plating, we need some ferrite, which I can't even see any of. There's some. Should have scanned that first. The error. Oh, I can't scan. Right, I need to work out what's going on with my scan options. I must have messed up the buttons somehow. Nice little bit of oxygen here as well. I've got to remember that I've got on this particular configuration I have my left trigger for scanning on soft pull, not on hard pull. Ferrite while we're here. Alright, let's have a look, see what we've got. Plating 1. An awful lot of carbon. Where are we? Copper. No, yeah, copper first. Let's do the copper. Let's go and get some carbon while we're thinking about it. things, but that is.
Receive. Receive. Receive.
My bet is that we're not really going to have to do any scanning or anything. I think this might be one of those structured missions. So we need some more Atlantidium. Let's leave that there while we're looking. My bet is we're probably going to need some dihydrogen as well. Come on. Oh, backpack isn't strong enough to get me over that. That usually gives you a bit more. We're probably going to need some radiant shards at some point. What's the betting? Let's get the oxygen. How close have I got to get to this one? Blimey. It's because it's one of the larger ones, isn't it? Not going to open now because I'm too close. Let's not worry about that then. Remembering to use the gyro to practice. Right, so log. We've got the Atlantidium, we've got the chromatic metal, craft or refine glass, refined from silicate powder as we expected. I don't know if we've got enough silicate powder. So I would probably do, yes.
Technology recharged.
Yeah, it's always a bit of a difficulty going to a bad jetpack. Don't fancy the combat element, Gravnor, or is that it? Might be a bit Twitch focused. How much glass do we actually need? Probably only one. Probably making far too much glass. Yes, as I guessed, we're going to have to make each one in turn. Manifest the Sage Echo in the inventory. Press an empty slot and begin the process with A. Same again. We won't be able to do it. Or maybe we will. We just need some star bulb. So... why's that deactivating? Should be an exclusive. No, I can't see any local star bulb. Oh well, let's pick a direction. Let's go north. I can definitely understand not doing the garbage trucks. That one was definitely a love it or leave it one. I mean, I'm just one of those people that has to do it all. I can't leave it. It's all impulse beans. I'd like to be able to fly around. Maybe I should fix my ship. I've also got a bit of damage that I need to fix.
Receive.
Pulpy roots. Star bulb isn't usually this rare. It's usually visible from just about everywhere. Impulse beans. Sweet root. Maybe there will be an option to, if we pin it, to actually look for it in the other scanner. Log. No, go to the... pin. Continue. Have a star bolt. Yeah, activate target sweep. I should have done that first. There we are. So at least we know which. It's 1,000 odd in that direction. So it's not nearby. Wouldn't have saved us much time. Weird that we had Gravitino balls. I wonder if they're part of the Yeah, I wonder if they'll manage to squeeze fishing into this somehow. Fish up some tech, some rusted technology. It's a pity there's no flyers on this planet to get around quicker. Yeah, I can hear them in my headphones as I go past them, even when they're not on the screen. Gravitino balls. It's a little bit disconcerting that they're around. Wow, that is a ridiculous distance to have to walk. My bet is I could have fixed the ship. Ow, that's not fair. Fell in a ditch and landed on a plant. Let's get this sodium. Get this radiant shard. Another load of Atlantidium. And luckily we already have a hazmat gauntlet. So we need 100. What's the betting we need? Pulpy roots or sweet root for the other one. I've been ignoring them. That'll be an advantage for doing it a second time. You know what you're looking for as soon as you start scanning. I presume I've got 100 by now. Craft the green. We need silver. Pin that. Chromatic metal, we've got enough. Gather or refine silver. Craft or refine glass, we've got enough. Assemble components, we just need the silver. So presumably there's silver deposits here. Not saying it's my next thing. Did it properly pin it? No location services for silver available. Are we going to have to craft it perhaps? Star bulb, salvageable scrap, copper, and paraffinium and silver, so there should be silver somewhere. There's a silver deposit. On the way back to my ship. I think the thing I miss most when I start a new save like this is sprinting, because I have my main save set up to do almost endless sprinting. Recharge life support, okay. Do that so it at least gives me the detail. 16 out of 30, so we don't need an awful lot. Oh, I'm on the wrong thing now. get a lot of that. Craft the Weaver Echo. Objective complete. Echo 3 soul fragments. Ion battery, life support gel, and some modules. At last we can move around a bit. Right, let's start thinking about where we're going to put things. Better. Should get around now. So we're going to need some oxygen at some point. Right, so we're going to need to repair our ship. We're going to need metal plating. We're going to need a hermetic seal. I'll just check they haven't changed that on us. Condensed carbon. And we're going to need pure ferrite, we haven't got quite enough, some dihydrogen jelly, and a pilot's signature. They actually want us to do next. Offer the fragments to the pilot Echo. So we should have actually listened to that. I, what, and you, a fragment of 3. Boundaries are I should not, lingering, was reclaimed, world of glass. I need, return the hive, offer fragments. It is me, my, ask what happened, request their signature. Okay, ask what happened. The ship was, use my signature, rest. Pilot signature. That obviously didn't matter what I pressed. And okay, Mordite. What's the betting this whole first section is basically get off the planet. Where are the creatures? There they are. Do I need? Not anymore. I haven't got quite enough. He's attacking me. It's actually quite unusual for them to ask us to kill things. We need the pilot Echo. So do we need to craft that first? Yes. So that's each of them. I had, where have they gone? They were right here. I have to craft them again. I wonder if that's a bug. or whether that's actually a feature. Been told there's a delivery outside the front door. I think that's enough. We need more chromatic metal and more silver. Should have got more silver. Where was the silver? That'll do. I'm still getting these weird patches of no grass that are in straight lines. I think that's a bug, personally. Chromatic metal, which we're going to have to do back at the ship. Where's the ship going? There it is. We used, yeah, we did use all of our. We need the copper again. Some just over here, wasn't there? I don't think I used all of it. There it is. Did I get all of it? Got most of it. There, probably not. Well, I think this might be mostly depleted. Let's see if we can find another one. That's where we are. Pin this again, aren't they? Okay, so closest? Suggest there's 3. 1, 2. Silver. Where's it pointing to? It's doing that thing where it's disappearing when you point at it. Maybe it's just too far that way. Let's go for the other one. We've got to get off the planet first before we can start engaging in combat. Well, at least it's a normal deposit rather than the one we had earlier. I'm going to spend a bit of time and get all of this, I think. Why does that keep stopping? This happened a few times where it just doesn't always keep going. Keep moving, it keeps going. Stopped. Jump probably. Why is it stopping? There was a way of setting what your preferences were for loading into weapons. That isn't my best wish for. There's lots of other things I'd prefer before that. Weapon wise. funny feeling we're going to need chromatic metal a lot. The scan thing was a little bit more functional. It used to disappear when you gathered parts, but now it just stays there. We don't need any more of this at any point. I'll be very frustrated. Hi, Karu. I didn't spot the question because I was so engrossed in the boring process of gathering ore. Right. Back to the ship. I'm disappointed that they didn't give us a personal refiner up front, like they have done in a lot of the other expeditions. The game sound a bit. I can try. Yeah, hang on, do it in the normal way. It's probably because I had to reduce my volume because of all the noise going on around here. When my voice should dip it out. If if I'm not talking much, then it probably does get a bit loud.
Technology recharged.
We can get round to try and get the hermetic seal stuff. We need some proper condensed carbon from somewhere. Carbon. No, I don't think I'm going to get that. Let's just get some carbon while we're waiting. Scan around for some, I suppose. Go to... No, don't see any.
Units received. Units received.
Yeah, I usually have my voice a lot higher. I usually have the microphone turned up. As soon as they started doing construction work outside, I thought that was probably not a good idea. And then we had the child screaming. Probably do for now. Let's get some of this carbon going. Only 30, so we're going to have plenty of that. So the dihydrogen jelly, we might have enough. I did gather some. Yes, we do. And pure ferrite, almost enough. And then this pilot thing. Is there any pure ferrite in the area? Stick with what we've got.
Units received.
I'm sure I saw some earlier. Let's chuck it all in.
Component repaired.
So we just need this thing, which we might be able to build now. Yes, we can. Is that what we need? Have we not built that? Losing track of what we're up. No, we haven't built the Weaver yet, so we need to do the Weaver. Then we need the Pilot Echo. So yeah, that uses that up. Oh, I already had the Pilot Echo. We need that. that in there.
Technology repaired.
Oh, well, we have a spare one just in case we get damaged and we need another one. Manifested a pilot signature. With the repairs complete and the pilot signature registered, the dashboard is free of errors. There is no sign of an echo. Everything feels familiar. It is flow. This ship has only ever been piloted by me. An incoming message announced itself on the ship communicator. Answer communicator. Lost protocol not orientated. Boundaries failed. Boundary failures. Initialize. Seek traveler. Designate. Seeking. Found Pharaoh. Cut communications. My heart races. What was that? And then we'll worry about what we've got. And so now we have approach the object in the sky. That doesn't sound like a good idea. It's given us plenty of shields. That makes it feel even worse an idea. Done with that a little while ago. And some life support. Okay. Something terrible hangs in the sky. Carefully approach the strange object. I don't want to approach it straight from the front for some strange reason. Hostile swarms approaching.
Hostile ships approaching.
Be a bit tough, but I haven't really got much of a weapon. See, I'm not using it because I don't like using it, but I see they've changed the way that the auto zone in thing, the autopilot, I can't remember what they call it, auto targeting thing works now. Well, it seems to peel off some of them. That's an interesting mechanic. So there's less of them as you shoot them. Long way away. Now it isn't a long way away. Got no more sodium left, great. can recharge immediately. I'm gonna have to get out of here. At least get away from them for a bit. It's the betting we're going to get killed. Well, let's get that one at least. That's a multiple. That's a single target. It's too far away, and then he's suddenly on me. I can't recharge my shields. I didn't know I was going to need loads of sodium. Should have thought on. It's going to kill me now. Never going to take on Thor, so I'm just going to evade. Didn't let me get away. Said I could. Incidentally triggering scan my but unless I time it perfectly, it doesn't let me. Let's get some sodium. It's getting a bit. It's tempting to try and get a better ship, but it's probably not worth doing.
Technology recharged.
Let's have a look, see what it is. Inverted mirror, no problem, no point. Yeah, how you doing? Sodium all the way over there. I see any sodium crystals. That's what I really need. There it is. We're looking at some caves as well. If there are caves. I keep seeing places I'm falling into, but are any of them actually caves? It's even an opening. It's not a cave. I wonder if any of the planets have sodium. It might be handy. That one does. Might be handy if we have difficulty with this particular mission. Just get a massive load from a deposit. Yes, Ignition, we're on the same wavelength there. Sorry, I didn't spot your a bit more ferrite dust, which of course I burnt. Oh, I knew I was going to hit that as soon as it was behind. Never fire at something when there's something behind. Maybe shoot some of this, but right now should have enough. I don't have to land again. Oh, I don't need that, do I? I just need to make some. Right, wiring loom, wiring loom. Might have to go to the space station. Let's hope there is one. Oh, come on. Doing the wrong button. Okay, right, here we go. Let's check to see if there's a space station. Swarm's just coming straight at me. Tell I'm in a fighter as I get more whiz lines, even though I've got my mod. Hopefully that's not messing up the bit rate as much as it would normally do. Whenever I jump in a fighter, this happens. Because it pulses faster. It's trying to show that it pulses faster. I've even got enough money. Nice sell. Crystal fragment, I might as well analyze that. Sell some meat. Sell the rest of those. Sell all but 2 of those.
Units received.
Sell all of those. tricky, isn't it? Before I even look there, have I got any nanites? No, I haven't got any nanites. What have I got in my spaceship? It's corrupted iCore. I bet it's left it there for a reason. I don't want to sell that. Let's sell all of the copper. I know it's dangerous. Sell all the gold. We've got loads of salvage data. I bet we need that, but I'm going to sell it. That gives us a bit of money.
Note received.
Right, let's see if we can actually take these out, and let's hope they haven't completely replenished. I need to be a little bit more careful. Was it 4 all along, or have we at least whittled some down? Does anybody remember? Let's just stay in. Infinite rocket. I have got a rocket launcher. Let's try see what happens with a rocket. I bet it's not very effective against them.
Hostile ships approaching.
Did a bit of damage. Try not to get hit as much. Easier said than done. They seem to be very maneuverable. Come on. Still says 4. It's like every time I go out of range it replenishes. Okay, maybe it just wasn't counting properly. Traveller friend, are you safe? We are reading large dark signals, Nada and I. It's familiar signal, but well, are you safe? Tell about the Hive of Glass. I described my brief encounter with Hive of Glass and the swarm of ships it left behind to pursue me. Please, friend, do not be like that. Do not be so brave. This thing, it cannot be safe. Polo shakes their head, though though a hint of a smile plays at the corner of their beak. And these small swarms, you say they release an essence, a substance, something physical. This I would like to learn more from. Tell them about the fragmentation. Just try to describe the vision I had before waking, though I find the details slipping from my memory. A sense of being questioned, assessed, something about a sage fragment. Polo squints at me through the communicator. I know, I can see. You are fragmented, all of you. Tell about the pilot signature. I explain about the apparition in my ship and how I reforged their data into a new pilot signature. Your ship did not see you as you. This Echo friend, they are not where or when they should be, but I am happy they wanted to help. Traveller has always been kind. I think it is time for you to be here. Come to the anomaly, friend. Our home is a place of safety. Not a bad idea, because when I land, it will probably fix my ship, so I won't have to waste any. Let's get this reward while we're here. It's given us a pea shooter. A bit more defense on foot. Where am I going? The anomaly. It's repaired me anyway. Need more coffee. So the pacing seems to be get your first fight out of the way, go to find out what's going on. I think that's quite nicely done, actually. We got enough of a boost to get up there. More than enough. Give corrupted Icos sign, Paul. Friend, this is. They pause, staring at the Ica in their hands. When they speak, it is not to me. It may explain the signals, a match, but only partial. Gek takes a deep breath. They smile broadly as though to reassure me. Thank you, friend. I will take some time with this. It is in my mind now. Cast it from yours. Ask about the swarms. Yes, we have seen the swarm evidence too. Shadows across a loom. These swarms are many, expendable. One Nada and I trace to the very end of its signal. Its crash site may give more answers. Ask about fragmentation. I can see it more clearly with you. Here. You are you, but only a fragment. The sage. I do not. Polo winces. They fall silent, apparently closing the subject for now. Ask about the crash site coordinates. I was sure you would ask, friend. It is done. Your research may deepen our understanding. Polo transmit the approximate location of the Swarmer crash site to my Starship computer. It makes a change to be talking to Polo and not Nada about things. Pre-packaged hyperdrive unit and some warp cells. Excellent. So we don't have to start building our hyperdrive. We don't have to start building warp cells. Very nice indeed. Royal's poster plans, Sage's poster plans, Weaver's poster plans, Sage's flag pack. My first thought would be to get to the space station and then drop down to the planet below to stock up on sodium. Yep. I was planning to play this on my laptop, but I've seen this starting combat. I think I'll wait and get... Yeah, I think it's definitely a PC one. Even on my Steam Deck, it might be a bit tricky. And then try and get a phase beam for my ship. It's probably not a bad idea. Although, of course, they don't have shields. So you won't be able to charge, necessarily. This is a terrible look. I'm going to change my look from this weird Purple Panther look. No, didn't think so. Anomaly or traveller? It lets me have green, green, or green. Torso. Heirloom suit. Armour. Elaborate rat. No. I think a normal armoured shoulder pads will do me. Gloves doesn't really matter. Go with that one. And banner. Glass seems appropriate. I didn't get randomly allotted it. It's based on your answers to the questions. It's you kind of self-select. Right, I'm thinking. No, I haven't got any nanites, have I? I have to get some nanites at some point. Let's find out what we need to do next. Investigate the crashed swarmer. This expedition has one marked location to investigate where all fragments of the traveller's soul can rendezvous. It's a rendezvous point. The suggested expedition route is marked on the galaxy map. I'm still tempted to try and get some nanites. What method should we use, do you reckon? Initial thought is to see if there's anything really easy to do as a mission, because that could be quick. Fishing, yes, fishing does work in this case. Viking standing to start with, and no nanites anywhere. Should have looked while I was in the anomaly, shouldn't I? Nothing there I really want, so I'll leave that for now. I guess I could have refined some of that scrap for nanites. That might have been a good way of doing it. Some radiant shards. Let's go to that planet that actually had some sodium on it. So that was Niel Major. Oh, that is Niel Major. Fair enough. It tells you what this is if you're close enough. Copper. I really need to slow down my double click or double touch on my left stick because it's activating the scan all the time. That's probably copper as well. Certainly looks like it. Yes, don't even have to shoot it. What's the betting that every time we warp we get involved in a combat in this? Seeing copper. I'm going to have to land. There's no doubt about it. Don't want to land unless I have to. See copper everywhere, presuming all the yellows are copper. I saw a red one as I was coming in. That's probably phosphorus. Is this a hot planet? I'm really enjoying the Steam controller, but it does take a little bit of getting configured the way you want it. It's definitely a purchase that I'm happy with. But then I was always going to buy one because having used the Steam Deck, I just wanted that extra functionality whenever I was playing on PC. I mean, we're not going to use it much here, but I've got a weapon selector I can use. I've got the one weapon at the moment though, so there's no need for that. Right, so terrain manipulator, nice and small. Get a load of sodium for the journey. Yes, I did hear it scream. I heard about that quite early on. So one of the first things I did after I got it was to drop it on the bed over there. And yes, don't really want to be dropping it too often though. Anybody know how to do countermeasures? Do you mean like countermeasures for when you're in combat in this game? There isn't really. You don't really have that in this game. It's never really been designed as a combat game. When they do combat heavy things, you kind of lack certain stuff. It'd be nice if we had more than just fire and forget rockets. If we had some kind of torpedo system or anything really, anything other than just fire and forget rockets. Thinking, have I got enough? But considering that first fight completely drained us. I mean, if you want to escape combat, the only thing I can think of is there's any form of evasion. You have to not be shot for a while, and then it will let you use your pulse engine. Ship, there it is. Yeah, but this, as I was saying, so this isn't really kind of an Elite Dangerous type game. You don't really have varied combat options. You just have a number of weapons you can use that are subtly different. Probably going to have to get some fuel or make some. Maybe, what was that? Curious deposits. Well, that's handy. Just when we were worried about nanites. keep activating that scan by accident, because I have it on double touch on my capacitive stick. Possibly don't need it there. I was experimenting, but I'm so used to using the back button for scan. I could probably just turn that off and stop it from accidentally triggering. Oh great, just as I was getting the last one. He's only investigating at the moment. He hasn't actually triggered.
Technology recharged.
Flattery, flattery, flattery. How is the update for No Man's Sky? Well, it seems to be expedition only. The expedition is quite interesting. I'm quite enjoying it so far. But I like whatever they give us, really. I like different ways of playing this game. Is this still the first starter system? Yes. If yes, then we can access the anomaly at the start itself. That's handy. We don't get it straight away. It's when it gets triggered by the event. So we have to fight those swarms, fight them off, and then we get invited to the anomaly. But yeah, it's still handy. And yes, you could theoretically access your ship unless it's been blocked. It's difficult to tell the way I played it because I've started a new save. But it would certainly mean we'd get a bit of a head start if we brought a good ship over. Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, the fights are No Man's Sky fights. They're point and click fights. You get a advanced mining laser straight away, so that's always good.
Warning. Sentinel.
I didn't think I'd trigger it. Because he wasn't careful enough. Probably do both. I often do a fresh save at the beginning just in case there are problems with the way that this thing's set up, just in case there are things that catch you and are broken. Then I also tend to do one in my expedition save, which is just set up to do expeditions in and get maximum amount of rewards from, so it just kind of exploits expeditions. This isn't going to be a great reward, 600, but I guess I could get some, if they're available, some hyperdrives. Hyperdrive modules would be nice. Of course, I haven't actually looked on the galaxy map. It might be that the jumps are really short. It's interesting that we've been given the construction research unit as well as the base computer. They did give us a lot of salvage data as well, but of course I decided to try and fix my ship, which probably was necessary. Gravnot will take his abandoned mode save into it.
Technology recharged.
Maybe I should be getting a bit of carbon. A ferrite might be nice though. There's no carbon on this one. Oh, these are carbon, I guess. No, they're ferrite dust. That seems a bit messed up. Got dihydrogen though. Oh, maybe it's just they're not plants at all. There was just rocks behind it. Nice secondary though. Maybe I could do some shooting while I'm here. Hydrogen secondaries. There's some carbon.
Weather warning, incoming storm.
Curious deposits are so slow. And obviously, yeah, they're completely useless in higher difficulty settings because you just don't get anything from them really. Was in I can't see a thing. If I was in a Corvette right now, I would be looking for more curious deposits, but I am not. It's probably a little bit pointless. Yeah, I was thinking of some radiant shards. There's one option. I've got a couple here already. I didn't get lots, but I've got got 600 at the moment. Let's see what's actually available. Let's see if I can actually get some, maybe some cheaper. Oh, actually, we haven't looked yet at the how distant the. It's not too far. Let's see what's at the space station. Could do whispering eggs, I suppose. I was thinking of just doing scrap and being done with it, but get more salvage scrap. I should have kept some of that salvage scrap back because I didn't need all of that money. Then I could have been quids in with nanites. That is supposed to be fixed. That not properly rendering. That's even in the patch notes for this. I could get movement, but not at S yet. But what I'm really interested in is if you've got any modules for me. Hyperdrive at C. It would have to be C. Well, B. B's not too bad. At least it'll get me there quicker.
Product received.
Can only buy one at a time. Of course you can. Haven't had to buy these things for so long. Put that there for now. So 263. Let's buy another one. Oh, nice ship. Nice Halo. Maybe a C. Exchange. But it's not worth it right now. If there'd been a better class, perhaps. See how far we can get. Get all the way there, so we only need the one. Excellent. It was worth it, even though it was a B. And although they've fixed that thing about having to go to the space station in order to get it in your list. Oh, see, I just heard a load of. I heard a swarm coming in, but it didn't come in. That might be a false reading. Let's see if we got anything better here. Infraknife module. It's Infraknife we've been given, isn't it? Yeah. Then Infraknife S-Class modules available in the rendezvous system for 611. There's a B, which I might buy. Yeah, I bet they give us some a little bit anyway. Might might be worth saving up for those if we have to. Move that out of there now. Put that there, that there, and that there. Probably get a bit of fuel on the way. I should have done that coming out of the space station. Keep an eye out when we go back to the space station, perhaps. Right, let's... Someone's put a base down already. I don't have my light on. That'd be a good idea. Something's going wrong today. If it can go wrong, it is going wrong. Ah, there we go. That's a bit better. A bit red now, but... local scan for it thing. Probably where that base was, but got a predator on us. And another one, blimey. Nice planet. Getting caught on things as I'm trying to launch myself. think I would be tempted. Ah, here we are. I think I'd be tempted to just try and get an interceptor for this mission. Investigate. Swarm wreckage. The swarmer twitches helplessly, looping its final moments. There is nothing threatening about it now. Touch the ship. I reach out and touch the ship. As I lift my hand, a string of gooey ichor stretches between my fingertips and the hull. The coppery smell of the swarmer fluid is intoxicating. This swarmer shell must be overflowing with it. Shoot this thing. Pre-packaged Gravitino coil, so maybe we use that. Disassembly. Install a Gravitino coil. Yeah, okay, it's telling us what to do.
Technology recharged.
Hang on, we've got a force field here. Giving it to us, we might need it. Can't really, I don't usually use it. Yeah, it's sometimes better to pace it out. Good luck. I'm going to I'm going to do this expedition, and I'm not wanting to view anymore. I don't blame you. Have a good day if you haven't already gone. So what do we do here? Gravitino coil. Aim at components and hold L2 to pull them close. Loose. L2. You just have to forgetting how to use the Gravitino coil. I haven't used it for so long. These are going to be tough. Like evil Xbox. Why is that ship doing weird things over there? Look like my ship. With this pea shooter, these are a little bit tough. The gyro helps until it gets hit, until I hit my microphone with it. There we go. Go back to the Gravitino coil. It's working now. It wasn't working earlier, I'm sure. So what do I do with it apart from... Did I just get the thing? Let's just do the next one. out because of the terrain, perhaps. No, I got it. I think it's because I wasn't holding it for long enough that it wasn't working before. You have to hold it for a couple of seconds. Out. What am I supposed to do here? Okay, the metallic fluid, the ichor, flows around the innards of the swarmer. It washes languidly over frayed wires and emergency lights. Its smell clogging my nose and lungs. The smell is overwhelming. Reality sways and dips, and for a moment all I can see is crimson. Try and resist. I bet it won't let me. It is no use. The crimson insists. It is calling. Purged a planetary swarm. Is that what we do? Looks like there's something else in there, but... Okay, so present the corrupted ichor to the Atlas. Locate an Atlas interface in space, access the galaxy map, and follow the mission path. Have we got any? Yes, we have. Yeah, I saw the trailer hinting at it. It's just I wasn't quite sure how to do it. It's because I haven't used the Gravitino gun in earnest since the... Can we? No. I haven't used them in earnest since that expedition. So I was forgetting about the kind of powering up element. I'll grab a few more of these. Corrupted ichor, though. Even more weird. This has to be Void Mother stuff, surely. She never struck me as like being the ideal person to bring back. And there always seemed to be some kind of conflict underneath the surface. Might as well get as much of this as we can while we're here. So where's my ship gone? Do we have uranium in this system? No. here. Probably not going to get anything from him.
Product received.
So chuck that in there.
Recharged.
Take a little while as well. I reach that. Let's see what happens. Sometimes it doesn't show it, but it is reaching it. Doesn't look like it though. Didn't need much more than that, did I? Let's pick that up. Maybe gather a few more.
Thermal protection.
Nice little cluster there.
Technology recharged.
We started off with some of that. We did. Let's read the description while we're waiting. When swarmer shells are completely obliterated, this syrupy metal remains. It has a cloying, coppery smell that clings to the throat. Why would I be eating it? Pure corrupted ichor is always flowing, sluggishly folding its molecules over and over. the space station. Need something to fuel this with. Hopefully we'll reach the space station before we run out. 3, 2, we're probably not going to. At least we can, oh, that was lucky. Gym hypercluster, that's all we really want. Why is that not shooting? Overheating. Station, where are you? Over there. Remembered I had that message that there's something on the doorstep, so I should probably go and claim that before I start warping to the next station. How many mammoths we have now? 956. It was 600 and something for the S, wasn't it? Quite enough for a couple. $345 left. Let's just double check there's nothing. Nanites, there's not very many nanites, and it's a consignment. They're a bit of a pain. Just jump in and out of my ship to save a second, and then I'll go and get this thing off of my doorstep, and I'll be back very shortly. And where are we? So we want the back soon. Okay, that was worth getting. It was a beer delivery. I'm not drinking beer, but it was a beer delivery. Okay, where's my... It even gives you a ship the same colour as your faction. Can't get all the way there. Greater battle. Looks like that's getting a little bit more. Have to be a little bit more accurate with the infra knife than we used to have to be. Well, it's a bit of a close-up weapon, but I might have changed this a bit. Only doing damage when I'm really hitting that circle. Interesting. Wasn't the case with that one. No. Odd. Where is he? Well, it's hard, so it'll point me to him.
Alert. Navigational data received.
sorry. I was sneezing. I forgot to unmute afterwards. Right, I'm going to check this space station. Still got a expedition thing. Repair kit and some inventory slots. Well, I got the inventory slots already. Phase beam module. Could be worth getting, but I haven't got the cash at the moment. Phase beam module B. Would I have enough nanites to go and get a phase beam? Probably. Not sure if it's very useful. Let's find out if it's useful. We'll discover when we're fighting the drones whether it's useful. Pulse engine. Nothing else very useful there, I don't think. A bolt caster, that could be worth it. Again, not quite enough, but not far off for that one. That's not. I just spotted it. It's not doing the mission for now though, so let's put it back on the mission. Seek the Atlas. Nope, still not doing it. It's up here. Almost finished my Christmas Coca-Colas. Only taken nearly 6 months. Get the 2 words that we know we can get. That one. And this one down here.
Lights, power, low.
The Atlas says nothing. The interface orb beats like a tremendous heart. Present sample 16 corrupted ichor. I present the sticky metal that leaked from the swarmers. It flows and pools in my palms, smelling of honey and iron. There is a pulse of recognition from the interface. Catastrophic organ failure. Hive uncontained, unable to iterate. For a moment I feel connected to the Atlas, as though it sees every part of me, as though this unknowable entity and I are somehow the same being. The moment is brief and I am left with one seed of knowledge. The hive of glass is coming. We've got an S-class. I presumed we might start being given these things at some point. Where are we going to put it though? Let's go back to a ship. I think it just means blood, sweetened metallic. They're just being poetic. Space for that. I should have. Can I dismantle that? I probably don't need that. Let's store it. Put it there.
Technology installed.
Oh, it's not what I wanted to do. Now I can't dismantle it probably as I can. I wanted to actually put the one I had in. Where is it? And that should do us for now. Another shield module. I'm leaving that in there. So we're just going to have to try and get some slots. I'm sure it will give us some. Confront the Hive of Glass. Defeat the Hive of Glass in space combat. I don't suppose we can do anything before that. No, and no. I wasn't kidding about the Hive of Glass approaches. It's literally right outside here.
Ships approaching.
Target Hive core for critical damage. Whoa. Okay, we're not going to be able to do that. We're going to have to take these out first by the look of it. Are they vulnerable from the side? Ouch. Shooting these things. Doesn't seem to want to die. These die? Yes, they do. Don't know if this is helping. But they die. Here we go. It's warping us. That's a warp sound. Oh, no, it's teleport sound. Are you gonna fade out of white? This feels like I'm walking, but I'm not seeing anything. That doesn't feel normal or right. Nope, I can't even look at my... This feels broken. Oh, okay, you just walk forward. Hello, world. Hello. Is it first? Is it last? What's going on? This is like I've started again. It is first. Is this a time loop thing? Still a fragment. 1 of 3 stage. Begin reinitialization.
Commencing Atlas system suit initialization.
Oh, this is weird.
Support systems activated.
I didn't die, did I?
Shield kinetic system online. Scanner damaged. Repair required. Aerial propulsion jetpack online. Multi-tool and mining laser attachment operational. User initialization sequence complete.
Escaped a world of glass. Okay. Storage augmentation times 10, so we can get a bit of space in our ship now. I think I'd done that earlier. No, I didn't have it. Yes, I did probably have it earlier. Reward 10,000 nanites. That's nice. Have we got any damage? No, we haven't.
Falling.
But we haven't got our ship right now. Where's the ship? There. Consult with Specialist Polar about the world of glass. Hang on. About the world of glass in space. Summon anomaly. Yes, okay. So I wonder if that is triggered if you take a certain amount of damage. Whether it's just timed. I had more than one storage. Yeah, 10. I have no idea if it's out on Xbox. If anybody here knows. Hi Bertie, good to see you. You must return the hive. Ask what they mean. There was no reply. Hang on, I'm going to grab the oxygen because there's always oxygen. Ship had disappeared then. So a couple of my predictions are kind of true. This is a type of multiplayer game, and it seems to be about the realm of glass. I did wonder if that was the case. It feels like the kind of expedition when you wouldn't be able to get a decent ship. Hive, is it still here? Yes. Signal is not gone. Patterns are still dark. Describe the glass. Try to explain what happened during the confrontation with the Hive. Polis features wrinkle with anxiety. This story scares me, traveller friend. None of this is right. This Hive is not where it should be. You are not all of you. Nada and I have been trying to forecast. It is not enough to wait and worry. I have started to build. Ask what they're building. You saw prismatic core, yes, by the entrance to our home. It is mirror of where the swarm is swarming, and more, I hope. Sometimes he talks in riddles. I didn't see a prismatic core, no. By the entrance to our home, it is mirror of where the swarm is swarming, and more, I hope. Oops, I missed that one. It's tracking. Polis' tone shifts, the enthusiasm of planning overtaking their worry. Hive is familiar. It seems like Atlas, not quite Atlas. It fixates on you, all of you. Hive is not Crimson Hunter, no, but part of, just in wrong place. Core is more than mirror. It is combination engine. If all fragments recombine, reflect back at Swarm, we can also reflect back at Hive, reflect things back to right place. Bigger data will build bigger core. Tidy reality of things that should not be here. Is it a good plan? Yes, yes, I would say so. Let's take a look at the core, friend. You will see plan. Didn't even notice on the way up. Okay, so this is where this starts properly. Select missions from the activity map to counter the swarm. Collected mission data will construct the prismatic core. Doesn't look like this is just a tally by the look of it. Surveyed swarm activity. Band launch thrusters upgrade. Band pulse engine upgrade. Band hyperdrive upgrade. I'm going to need to get these ship parts. Have I been to the space station in this system? Probably not, because it's a new system. Let's worry about that after. Oh, it looked like there might have been objective there, but let's worry about my ship first. Yeah, it's back in there. Usually when you get the rewards for your ship, it automatically does it, but it didn't for me this time. I wonder if it just missed it. Need plenty of space in here, I think. let's have a look at what we've got here. Actually, now let's put what we've got already in first. So we've got an X hyperdrive. Put that there, put that there. Put that back. Actually, I don't know if I want to put that back. No, leave that there, leave that, put that there. I did wonder if the answers don't matter, but I'm not 100% sure that's going to be true, but it wouldn't surprise me. It's probably done up enough for this mission, I'd have thought. Find out what we're actually supposed to do here and collect the reward. Dire Wasp Disintegrator Multi-Tool. Dire Wasp Flight Pack Customization. Bear Take Free Multi-Tool. And we got the backpack. Might as well put that on. That's quite big. So it suggests we need to actually select a purge mission. Untake missions from the prismatic core. Now, I didn't see anything that I could actually select, but let's have a look again. I guess the backpack is probably designed to fit with like combat armor type wear gear. You select them here. Restore Sweeper, disrupts, purge, sabotage, and restore. So it says we need to do a purge. +3 to Sage score. Disrupt swarm reclamation operations. Location system. Fallen swarm is detected. Disassemble the swarm remnants and prevent them from being reclaimed. Start mission. This is going to be a slog, I think. It's going to be one of those mission things where we have to do lots of different, sometimes quite trivial things. Or at least it sends us straight there. So it's a pre-assigned system. So presumably this is going to be very similar to what we did already. Except on a gravity moon. At least it took us straight there. Oh, visibility is terrible here. Oh, of course I haven't got the same weapon. I probably need to swap some things around. Set that up as control 7. Set that up as control 8.
Weather update. Storm clearing.
Right, so put that there. Possibly move these as well. Didn't need to move that. Okay, so put that back in my other weapon. Back now, can't I? Do I want to? No, I keep considering that, but I don't really want to. And that's everything. So get back to the other weapon. One. What's going on? Why isn't that swapping? That's better. What's the fuel again? Anything. Okay. I didn't check the supercharged slots, did I? Probably want to... Nothing else is here. That's technology. I think a lot of these weapons are all going to be on the same seed, so the supercharged slots are often the same for expedition weapons. So this will be a slot, and this will be a slot probably. So if we get a if we get another slot, then I should open that one up first. Right, so put that there. That there, that there, that'll do. I'm not that bothered. What we got here? We've got a geology cannon. Don't like those. Right, my bet is as soon as I start doing this, we'll get drones again. Yeah, we can. Go away. I'm geology cannoning. That's not doing anything either. Where are you? There you are. Geology cannoning again. Now I'm confused. Is that button was... There we are. So it has to be latched on, otherwise it fires the secondary weapon. That's the problem. Can't work out is if that's done. No. So how do you get that last one out? Is it from the front? Seem to work. Yes, it is that. That's presumably the Ica spewing everywhere. Awkward. understand this last one. Looks like we pretty much have to climb into it in order to do that. Interesting, it gave us some fuel. So I presume it's going to want us to do one of each of the missions to start with. Flight assist override, thank goodness. Shell greaser. So we've obviously got a better weapon now. I don't really like scatter blaster, but interesting. We don't have to go back to the anomaly to do that, but we probably need to do it again to do this one. Undertake restore mission from the space anomaly. What's a restore mission, I wonder? That's the one we haven't really got any inkling of yet. Sabotage, restore. Swarm debris cascade detected above in the Yaramen system. Recover fallen swarmers before the ecosystem is irreparably damaged. So this is a neutral mission by the sound of it. I presume if you can't get your ship and a multi-tool, I presume we can also not get things from the... Let's just send something down there. Can we not get weapons from the anomaly as well, I wonder? I haven't looked. So for instance, if we wanted a phase beam, could we claim it from the anomaly? We got a radioactive planet yet? No, still no radioactive planet. I don't mind that the hitbox is a bit awkward, as long as you know what you're doing. It's when you're not sure if you're doing the right thing that it starts to get frustrating. It would be more fun if that thing was fighting back at you while you were trying to pull bits off of it. I guess it was easier to program just have a swarm attack you. But it would be really cool to have the a creature that we are attacking that we have to pull bits off of to disarm. Before I do this, oh no, I won't be able to do it until I land. I'm going to get rid of that geology cannon because I really don't like them anyway. Not geology thing. And it was just confusing the system. So take that out of there. Okay, so what do we do? Scan?
Thermal protection falling.
That's a bit weird. That's that large yellow. Looks like a placeholder. Clear fallen swarm of debris on Woki Sigma. Excavate buried debris by using the terrain manipulator in your multi-tool. Activate a target sweep to locate buried debris. So I think we're just going to have to look for it. Switch to terrain manipulator mode. Now it's done it. So there it is. Debris, nothing attacking us. Okay, so how many we need to do? 3 of them. This would be where a exocraft might be handy. So that mission's going to be a bit of a grindy mission. I have to think of ways of making these a bit more fun. Which frigate module? Interesting. So, complete a sabotage mission to disrupt swarm objective. Sabotage missions reduce non-sage aspects of Polo's device. Undertake missions from the prismatic core aboard the space anomaly. We probably claim something? Yes, we do. Exosuit. Let's put these up here. Hazard protection kit. Oh, C's. Great. That's really helping. So once I've done these three, and construct the prismatic core, ward against the hive of glass, destroy the hive of glass, defeat that. So we get to do a bit of a combat mission, and then we're kind of finished. But I wonder if deconstruct the prismatic core is the grind. Yes, it is. So we're not going to be finished this anytime soon, because it's going to take a combined effort. So what's the one we haven't done? The restore. No, that's one we've done. Sabotage. It was sabotage, wasn't it? Yep. Retrieve valuable swarm data. Exit. We can return to your ship. Fallen Swarmer has been located. Locate the fallen swarmer and reconstruct its neural components to retrieve the data. So we're probably going to put stuff into it, which I've seen in the patch notes. You have to repair it. 3 items. So this will be all free. Probably once I've done this and worked out exactly how it works, probably time to finish. Go away. Get off my lawn. This might not be the type of expedition that you do multiple times, because you're spending a lot of time just getting to the point where you're doing the grind. If you're doing it again on a different save and you can't bring much stuff with you, it's probably not worth it. Repair the swarmer's neural components to retrieve the data. What do we need? We need glass. We've got a couple of those. We need carbon nanotubes, and we need a microprocessor. Three.
Technology repaired.
We don't have the microprocessor. We're going to have to get it at a trade terminal, aren't we? Will this maintain on our scanner if we move far enough away from it? And then we'll probably have to go and get the microprocessor blueprint. Weird it didn't give it to us. No, it hasn't stayed. Don't have a beacon either. That's frustrating. The base here, I suppose. Previous base registration. So there's somebody else has had exactly the same idea. Right, let's go directly north. Probably not far yet. Nope. I do wonder if it gives us the blueprint after we've completed this. No. Problem is I'm going to have not so much the getting the microprocessor, because I can always buy some. The problem we're going to have is getting back that I've already put other resources into. It didn't seem to stay on my scanner. There might be an easier way, I don't know, but I just figured if I just... Okay, that was a long way from where we were. Point something in the right direction to my ship where it is now. Rotate this. Rotate is central mouse, but I'm not using a mouse. But never mind, we'll do that anyway. No, that's not. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. It's because I'm using a Steam controller. It thinks I'm using a mouse. Okay, so that points me in the right direction. There. I have haven't got the light, the thrusters working. Okay, fair enough. Now it's quite possible it will give me that marker as soon as I take off. But just to be on the safe side for now, until we know how it works. Uranium in this system. At last, we can go and get some uranium. Yeah, I mean, I don't mind grinding things, but I'm not sure if grinding for different things would be a fun stream. So I'm trying to think of ways that could make it more interesting. I do wonder if we can just shoot that. Considering it's just sitting there. Now I've lost sight of it. Where is it? There. Oh dear. I suspect we can. That's not going to be how we do it, is it? Doesn't seem to take any damage. Oh, and he shoots me down immediately. Yeah, let's stay away from that. Famous last words. I wonder if we can kill this thing. Again, I've got a flight assist thing in there, haven't I? So I should be thinking ahead. My flight direction. I think it's just you're not supposed to shoot it. Well, not until you've got all the shields in the world. Although we're not far off. I mean, 2 A's and an S. What was I doing? I was going to look to see if I could buy a microprocessor. Just need the one for now. I'll get a couple. And then maybe we'll pop into the anomaly and see if we can get the blueprint. Because it doesn't look like we get given it. Okay, so you go back to the anomaly, it counts as against you. Could have warned me. At least it completed the... oh, I just missed that opportunity. Is that the normal or the... Starship? Find out. Starship. Alright, so first things first. Microprocessor. 250. We can now make them, and they're not that expensive. So we just need plenty of chromatic metal, which we've got a bit of already, and we need plenty of carbon. Which we can get anywhere. My bet is that I can't just do that now, but we might as well go back and have a look, just out of interest, for science. I have a feeling that the idea at the end is we're supposed to attack it en masse. It's not going to be there. No, it's not going to let me. What happens if we're not assigned to this, whether we can... Let's find out. I really don't like this weapon. Partly because you need to be close to it. anyway. Stupid thing. Front one I haven't taken off. Doesn't look like there's anything that happens here. Oh, there's one more in there. I can't get myself on there. Like it's wobbling, but I'm not sure. Blimey. Leave me alone. Still in here? I can't see anything local. So it doesn't look like you can do anything with them unless you're assigned to them. I might be mistaken, but no, there is one there, look. It's only visible from that side. Get it. I do not get it. Visible from certain spots. I don't reckon you're supposed to do it like this. No, leave it. So let's have a look as I'm on the way back. Target swarm infestation sites. Yeah, visit the core, undertake missions, contribute to purge, restore and sabotage missions. All have different impacts on the rate and balance of construction in space. Summon the anomaly from the quick menu. Track swarm activity. So yeah, so that's everything apart from the grind that we have to do to complete it all. Get rid of this. That's not important. Delete the base. Continue. I'll fly back up to the anomaly. Is that an abandoned building just there? Such rubbish weapons there. Can't be bothered to do that. So we've got given 10,000 nanites, so we've still got a few nanites to go yet. So the next thing is to work out an efficient strategy. For now, I'll probably round up there. I think we've got a good idea how this works. I'll probably do some of this while sitting watching the telly as opposed to streaming. So, thanks for watching. Travel well, and goodbye for now.